feature of this is something substantial. This is a silver Portuguese coin. There's treasure on that map. Here's the written on this decade of my book in the frontier. Okay. The crucible island holding tonight a tap on the street activity to be out.
All right, well, hello everybody. November 30th. We're just around the corner to Christmas. Hopefully everybody's having a fantastic day, and thank you for joining me today. I'll load up the map and things underway. Don't really have a plan today, but just gonna give it a shot and see what we have to do on PVRivers. So with the spirit of the holidays, I've got my holiday theme going. So we will have this going on till probably just slightly after New Year's. I've added in a little bit of, holiday music in there. Add to the flavor. I might add some more songs. This is like a playlist from last year that I had. So I probably will add more to the list, I guess. There's probably some newer music available that I can add in. I don't know. Who knows, right? So, holiday season has finally kicked off. We had the holiday parade yesterday. So, that was fantastic. So, in Chilliwack, we have it at night. So, that means roughly about 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's when the parade kicks off. That's about when the lights go down. And, the sun goes down. And it's just dark. So, then you can see all the vibrant lights and everything like that on the floats. And also the lights that are on display in the town, or the town center area, or city center area, whatever you want to call it. So, yep, been pretty good. We had some tractors in there, John Deere tractors, all of them. So, all those John Deere fans are probably, yay, John Deere. So, yeah, it's been good. The kids had fun. The weather was great too. So, it was a little nippy, but there was no wind, there was no rain, and there was no snow. So, fantastic weather. And a good kickoff to the holiday season, I have to say. One thing that I did notice, they like to live broadcast the actual parade route and everything like that, and there was drones up in the air recording and stuff like that. Not exactly sure how they laid out the drones and everything, but they were whipping around. I think there was probably at least maybe 5 or 6 drones operating, doing the recording and everything like that. So, which was pretty nifty, I have to say. So, yep. We're at 55% loaded here for the map. We're getting there. I'm going to be doing a lot more in-cab stuff. So I have now I-beam tracker. That reminds me, I should actually post Farm Sim Guy's video on that. I'm gonna have to find it on YouTube, I guess. Alright, I think we're back. That was weird. My headset needed to be restarted. well, this, sorry, software for my computer had to get the headset software updated, and I had to reboot. So, I use a Bluetooth JBL headset, by the way. So I had to go ahead and install that and reboot. And it took me a little bit longer to get back in because I had to reconfigure a few things. Because when the driver gets reinstalled, or the firmware gets updated, the JBL's software suite, I mean, when it gets updated and reinstalled, I have to, what is it? I have to reboot the computer, and then I also have to get Wavelink to recognize it. So I have to go into the microphone software, the mixing software, and then I have to reselect my headset so I can hear things and stuff like that. So we'll see how long that will be an issue, because Wavelink will be at some point free for any microphone or, I'm assuming, headset. So I was looking at that. Wavelink has been out for quite a while. It's an Elgato software mixer. And currently and in the past, it was required that you use an Elgato microphone. But they will be changing that up. There is a beta version of the latest Wavelink software that's available out there. So I find it fantastic to use a software mixer, because essentially without it, you would be using OBS to do all of the mixing, which you can do, but it requires a new source for each one. And the more sources you add into OBS, the more system resources it'll use off of your computer. At some point, you could have so many sources to the point where you can't even live stream or do anything with OBS. So I used to stream directly through OBS earlier on, and I would have different issues with audio and what have you. And I noticed that it used up quite a bit of CPU and other system resources, and I had dropped frame rates, and I had a mess of other issues. And I said, there's got to be a better way of, managing my resources or my sources and not have to eat up so much, of my system to do everything that I need it to do. So along came Elgato and their Wavelink software, and I thought, well, maybe I'll give that a try and set up all my audio parameters and the mixer all inside a separate software suite on my system. Maybe they have a better way of coding the application, or they have a better way of reducing the load on my computer compared to OBS, right? Then all I need to do is just plug in one source for audio inside of OBS instead of having multiple audio sources. So that's where I got into using the Elgato microphone. But they are now coming out with the software to be available for everyone. So if you've got a headset, you may not necessarily need Elgato microphone products. But you can do, the other thing too is that generally when you're live streaming, you will put filters on the audio sources to get rid of popping, get rid of background noise, and all sorts of other filters that try to essentially make your live stream better, right? The other drawback of programming all of that in as filters on the audio mixer sources within OBS is that, once again, you are eating up more CPU, more system resources that could be allocated to your gameplay or whatever you're live streaming, right? So the more that you plug into OBS, the more taxing it is on your system, or may even prevent you from live streaming or making your live stream completely garbage. Let's just put it that way, I guess. So. Wait till this loads up and we'll get in there. I'm not sure if I'll use the eye tracker. It's still I'm using the beta version of iBeam. We'll see what happens. If I need anything else updated on this computer of mine. My computer's very temperamental. Let's just put it that way. It seems to want updates to be installed. As the thing goes. But once I get the updates installed, usually everything is fine. Very weird. And that can be like from a Windows update to a video card update, or what have you. Actually, you know what? That reminds me. I should probably check to see. I'll probably do that maybe later after the stream. Should check my system board's an MSI system board. So usually roughly at the end of the year, like during the fall, they will release different types of like BIOS updates and stuff like that. So probably we'll have to check to see if there's a BIOS update for my system. Now, I only suggest updating if you need to, the BIOS. I've had to do it a couple of times. Simply because I think or maybe once or twice. Once or twice, I can't remember. I think I've had like 2 video card upgrades on this machine. And I had to update my system BIOS in order for it to work with the newer video graphics card. So some system boards are like that. I've had that with the computer previously that I had, because as your computer ages and stuff like that, it may become incompatible with the most recent version of video card that may be out there. Like, I think my last system, I went ahead and I plugged in a brand new video card. I think it was a 1060. And I couldn't get any video at all. And I said, this doesn't make any sense. It's supposed to work, right? Did all sorts of things, tried different slots, put the old card back in, still worked. Eventually, one of my, a friend of mine who works on computers, computer shop, said, you might want to go ahead and update your BIOS. And this is why. What would that have to do with it? I just never had to update my BIOS in a long time. It says your system board is too old. So in order to be compatible with the newer video graphics card, you're going to need to go ahead and install the BIOS update. And I said, you got to be out of your mind. And I said, well, Well, he said to me, well, who's the technician here? Well, you are. Well, give it a try. And then let me know how it goes. So I go ahead and I install the BIOS update, and then I plug the card back. Take my old card out. I think I had like, I don't know, can't remember what I had. A lower series graphics card, I think, which was the original one. I can't remember. And then I put the 1060 in after the BIOS update was put in, right? And sure enough, the video card worked perfectly fine, the newer one. So, and I've experienced that with my current system too. So, weird things not working unless I go ahead and do the BIOS update. So I just got into the habit of just, doing BIOS updates and stuff like that as needed. But you can also read whatever the parameters of what it is. Usually I get like a new BIOS revision each year. So anyways, that's my story. I'm sticking to it. All right. Hello, Jim MCC. Thank you for the subscription. It says follow. I'm gonna have to try to change the word for that. But thank you. Looks like we are live. Why is this one not showing a screen? Refresh that. Get to connect. There we go. It's just lying to me, I guess. There we go. I think we're fine. I'm just going to mute that. Okay. Let me see if I can get the I-beam tracker working. This isn't beta. I got the beta version running, so I'm not sure what to expect. Put that on. There we go. Working. I don't even know what we need to do. I might have to make some adjustments too. Am I attached to something? Yes, I am. So now, actually, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to get, sorry, if I look down, by the way, it's gonna freak out a little bit. That's normal. So that's a bit sensitive. I'm gonna get you guys FSG's I'm gonna post it. YouTube video on the I-beam tracker so you guys know what the heck I'm talking about. I'm giving it a whirl. Well, on the live stream, there's a lot of I think some content creators that are not really keen on live streaming with the I-beam tracker. As you can probably see, the inside cab, as I'm looking around, it's like moving the camera around quite a bit. So that's kind of you'll be able to see if I'm actually paying attention to the live stream or not. Or if I'm doing something in the background. But anyways, I'm just going to say forget it. I'm just going to go ahead and use it during the live stream. Because that's how I like to play. So I'm not going to let a little rule stop me from enjoying my game session. But I will try to ensure that I don't have a Mr. Bobblehead moment too often during the live stream. Because you guys are probably going like, oh my god, you're bobbleheading everywhere. And this is in beta right now, the version that I'm using. So I just jumped into the beta version. And I'm going to get you guys the video. Where did I put it? I think it's in posts. But the Farm Sim guy did a great video on it. I think I found it here. grab video. Yeah, there we go. Found it. I'm going to post it into the chat for you guys and pin it. Farm Sim Guys review video on iBeam tracker. Is it going in? Yep. And then I'll just pin it. Now, I went with this option because I already have a video card, or sorry, I mean I have a webcam. As you guys know, I'm not very big on showing my face on live streams. I just don't do it. I did get a webcam thinking, well, maybe one day I might change my mind and I might want to go ahead and do it. But I decided not to, considering the state of the world and the direction that we're going with regards to security. So biometrics are a big thing right now for securing devices. So I thought maybe it's better that I just keep my face off the internet till I understand what sort of biometrics. Anyway, so that's why I don't use my webcam. I had thought about doing it, but I saw how security is going with, you know, accounts and stuff. And I said, no, I'm just going to keep my face off of the internet as best I can. And but then I still had a webcam. So now I'm using iBeam Tracker with my webcam. So as you can see, I'm just turning my head here in the cab. It's actually pretty handy. It is also controllable with your eyeballs, so it's very sensitive. So I can look slightly like peripheral vision to the left, and I can look peripheral vision to the right. And I think it's phenomenal. So this works well for me. And if you want to get it cheaper, I think the Farm Sim guy has a code because he's a partner with iBeam. So you might want to go ahead and use his product code to get it even cheaper. Plus, there's a Black Friday sale, and this is for, to my knowledge, PC only. And his video is posted so in the chats, so feel free to check out his video and give it a whirl. But let's see here. So we're gonna just drop that off there and we'll just go for a drive. Now, what I like about it is that I can easily turn my head left and right, like I'm driving an actual vehicle. That's why I kind of like it. So like I'm looking here to see where I'm going, because they always tell you when you're doing your road test, right? You need to look where you want to go, right? That's the the rule of the game, especially if you've got, like, if you're in a region of the world where it's snowy, right? They say, well, if you're going on ice, right, you need to turn in the direction or look in the direction of where you want to go, so you don't, you know, kind of like slide out of control, right? So anyways, like I can look to the left, I can even look behind me like this, I'll quite easily, and it's all controlled with your eyes and your head movement. I am in my home right now, obviously, live streaming, but it's dark in right now. Like, I got the lights down. I've got probably like one, I don't know, LED light on my desk, and then I've got a Christmas tree in behind with some lights, and everything is dark pretty much where I am right now. And it's still able to pick up my eye movement and my facial movement as well. The other thing with it, Oh, I wear glasses too, obviously, because nobody has ever seen my face. I do wear glasses, so it's actually able to pick up my eye movement through my glasses without any problems. So, fantastic. I mean, like, as you know, you guys have probably been on different maps where the traffic is like whipping left and right, right? And if you're in cab like this, like I don't have my traffic is not turned on PV Rivers. There is no traffic on this map to my knowledge, except for maybe over by the temple. But you can literally stop, right? And you can take the moment to look left. And you can take a moment to go right. So, which worked out great. Instead of like stopping and then getting your mouse and just sort of turning left and right, right? That means you literally have to take your hand off of the wheel to grab the mouse to do that, or on your steering column you may have another button that you can adjust the camera angle, right? So that increases time. So whereas you can naturally with the head tracker just look wherever you're going to go. So fantastic. We're going to go to the other side of the map. We're going to give this we'll do another drive to the other side again. We'll go for a drive using the I-beam tracker, and we'll give this machine a bit of a car wash, and then we'll come back here and we'll start working on these fields over here, and we'll try to stay in cab the whole time as well while we're doing it. Another thing too is if you put anything up to your face, like you probably just seen my camera kind of move a little bit. I just took a sip of my coffee. So if you put something in front of your face, it's going to kind of disrupt the ability of your webcam to pick up and properly track your eyeball movement and your head movement. So just keep that in mind. Or even your hand, like I just coughed right now. So that can happen too. So just keep that in mind. Now, if you're prone to simulator sickness or VR sickness, you may have to pace yourself. Like especially with the eye tracking, it's not entirely normal. I can't really explain it, but it's usually when you use your peripheral vision, it's a lot quicker than what the camera is able to track. I do think it does a very good job at tracking. It's just, there is a little bit of a smooth delay, so it's not as quick as, say, your own eyeball's ability to, pick up peripheral items in your, objects in your peripheral, right? So, because of that, if you are sensitive to VR or simulator sickness, it may affect you in some capacity. So just be aware of it, but you will get used to it. You just have to pace yourself, like instead of like spending an hour playing a game with the tracker on, maybe just pace yourself to like about 5-10 minutes, see how you feel. And if you start feeling a little nauseous or sick, then just turn the tracker off, and you can do that on the desktop. When the tracker is active, there's like a little toggle switch that you can turn off in the lower right hand corner. Hey Eric, welcome in. I am using the I-beam tracker, my friend. I'm just giving it a shot here. I have been using it before. Like I was on Kiwi's live stream last night. And 2 live streams actually, because I think I was on his live stream last night and the day before, and I was using it. So, and I think probably some of my gameplay sessions, private gameplay sessions. But anyways, how are you doing? But overall, I enjoy this. I think this is fantastic. And if you don't have a webcam, you might, I think there's another company that does eye tracking. I think it's Tobii. So you might want to compare on that. I think even Farm Sim Guy has a video on that too, that product. But because I already have a webcam, that's why I went with Beam Eye Tracker. Like, why should I buy hardware when I already have hardware? Right? So if you don't have hardware, with your research on which tracking software product to get, you might want to look at the Tobii product and compare it to how much it's going to cost for you to buy a webcam and get the iBeam tracker software and see what's the best option for you. I don't know much about the Tobii product because, like I said, I went with the iBeam tracker software. All right, let's go back this way. We're gonna head back into town, I guess. Definitely worth the money, yes. I'm enjoying it. I would recommend doing the beta right away. So FSG's video covers like the current version that's released. I just say just jump into the beta. I jumped into the beta because there's one other piece of software that you have to download with the pre-beta version, and I was like, oh, forget that. I'm just going to jump right into the beta version, and I didn't have any problems. So I just say go with the beta version. It's a lot easier to set up compared to the what do you call it, the actual release version. But his video covers all of that. His video, he talks about the difference between it, and he shows you how to use both. But for me, I just jumped right into the beta because it meant a lot easier setup. But it's definitely worth it. I love it. And I think some of my concerns, because in his video, if you watch it, you know, for one, he doesn't wear glasses. I wear glasses. And the other thing, in his video, he has all the lights on, right? So that was my only concern. So I took a little bit of a risk. I said, oh, what the heck? It's reasonably priced. I'm just going to risk it. So I went ahead, and sure enough, like right now, I am not in a well-lit room. It's fairly dark. I probably have like one LED light shining towards me, and I'm running on monitor lighting, and I've got my glasses on, and it's able to still track my eyeballs and my head movements without problems. So the only thing that I don't know is the tracking, and I'm going to assume the tracking is better based on the type of camera technology that you're using. So if you're using, I have a feeling if you use a low-grade camera, someone would have to test this out, of course, because I don't have a low-grade camera. But if you do, I'm kind of curious if a low-grade camera would have a harder time actually tracking your eyeballs and your head in a dark room or with glasses. I don't know. And FSG, right? Obviously, he would have a great camera, right? Because he live streams, right? So for me, I'm using an Elgato Facecam MK2. So that's like HD webcam, which is pretty good, right? I don't know if anything less than that would do better. I don't know. So people would have to try that out. So if someone does get it, it would be interesting. You could like try your good webcam and then choose the crappiest webcam you've got, plug it in, see and compare. But I'm going to probably lean and say that people should have at least a decent HD webcam, just to be safe, because I honestly don't know how it would work out with anything else. Okay, what are we hooking up here? So, well, actually, I gotta turn this way. Oh, this way. So, complete head movement, and I'm still looking at my monitor, just in case people are wondering when I did my back up there. So I'm just kind of looking like slightly to the right to make that turn. And of course moving my eyeballs. So moving the head and your eyeballs is what allows you to kind of pivot the visuals. So I don't actually have to look behind me physically all the way. I can still look forward. It's kind of weird. Some people might find it maybe disorientating, maybe, I don't know, but it seems natural to me. What am I hooked up to here? Is this a weeder or what? I don't know what the batter stat extreme. I need a mulcher. I don't have a mulcher, do I? I thought I had a mulcher. Yeah, let's do a mulcher. Let's just back this in here. Far better. Instead of what if you got, and Eric, you probably have noticed, this is what I usually do when I'm backing up. I get out and then I do it this way. No longer I have to do that. I don't have to get out of my camera view. I can actually stay in here comfortably and, you know, back up to implements and hook up. So fantastic. I love it. Okay, what else do I got over here? I don't even know what that stuff is. I want a mulcher. I'm gonna buy a mulcher. So definitely worth the money. We've got Black Friday sales going on, and if you open up FSG's YouTube video there, he's got information on how you can take advantage of the Black Friday sales. It's available on Steam, and it's also available for independent download. So if you have maybe a Giants version of Farm Sim and you don't have a care in the world to use Steam, you don't have to use Steam. You can download the non-Steam version. So there you go. And you can use his code for the Steam version and the non-Steam version. So, because I asked him, I said I commented on his video and it's like, I would prefer to have everything under Steam. And he says, yeah, go ahead, just click the link and then hit the Steam icon at the top of the website and then conduct your purchase, and you're supporting my channel. I was like, oh, okay, right on. So I just decided, what the heck? I'll just jump on board. And I don't regret it at all. So fantastic. I love it. Okay, I'm going to buy a mulcher, I guess. Excuse me. I think too it's quite relaxing on my neck as well, because I don't really have to really turn my whole body or shift my body that much. But of course that's just personal preference. Like there are some people that like full body movement. So, but if you're a person that likes to just stay, you know, as still as possible in your chair and not have to move as much, I find it just fine. So I need a mulcher. I probably already own a mulcher, but I don't know what I did with it. Just gonna buy a new one because I think I want to use a smaller implement or something. Use something different. Silos. Let's see. Let me start from the top here. We got cultivators, power harrows, subsoilers, mulchers. Go in here. Got all sorts of little mulchers. Salic. Maybe I want to try that one. Oh, this is probably the one that I own, but I think I'm going to go with a much smaller one for today's live stream. I think I want to do this one. What is this? 5.6? And that's a 3 meter. I don't want to do a 3 meter. I'll do this one. Just for the heck of it. I just for some reason want to do smaller equipment. Okay. There we go. So I'll have to park on the other side of that. All right. And we'll get into our versatile. Oop. To do one thing here. If I ever do that, the screen, that means I'm looking at something other than my screen. I have to load up my Logitech software. Have to recenter things because there we go. Better. Minimize that. Okay. Much better. There we go. Let's go over here. Fantastic. See? No more hit and see. I love it. All right. Let's unfold this. I have to probably mulch my potato field as well. Actually, I probably should start on that, shouldn't I? Do I have to mulch that? I don't know. Yeah, yeah, I seem to have to do that with Logitech a lot. So if I ever go ahead and sort of change, I probably maybe might try Thrustmaster. So like if this actually breaks, I've only gotten this like a few years ago, so I'm not in the market of getting a new one, but I have heard good things about Thrustmaster. Okay. Oop. What's going on? Oh darn. No. Okay. I think I'm gonna do like number of headlands, probably 3 or 4. Probably 4. Because I have the building right on the field. Yep. Oh yeah, guys. Eric is also a Thrustmaster partner. I think Thrustmaster is still having sales, right? Like Black Friday sales and stuff like that. You can use his product codes as well, because he's a Thrustmaster partner. I need to get your channel. Yeah, there you go. So you guys can use his I'm gonna get you guys his channel. Give me a sec here. Click on view channel. Yep. And I gotta close that down. Oh. Eric. So yeah. Okay, did that go in? Yeah, there you go. So yeah, check out his channel. He's a Thrustmaster partner, and it'll go across the board for all Thrustmaster products. So if you're interested in getting like a controller, joystick, steering column, brake pedals, all of that, all under the Thrustmaster name, you can check out his channel and use his product code to get a discount off of Thrustmaster products, and you'll be supporting his channel as well. I don't know, is there anything else that I've left out? Oh, if you're not a farming simulator player, maybe you're into flight sim, maybe racing sims, they've got you set up for that too. Actually, I think they have probably some of the best flight sim items in there. ATS, American Truck Simulator, Euro Truck Simulator, Bus Simulator, whatever your simulator game you want to play. Check out the site, go to Thrustmaster, check it out, see what they got. And then if you see something there that you want to buy, use Eric the Crazy Vikings product code, as you can save money. There we go. I think I've covered it all, Eric, didn't I? I don't think I left anything out on what they sell. Myself, I actually use their joysticks, which is fantastic. Okay, let's why is this not working? There we go. I'm not doing something right. I know what I did. I forgot to go to this, didn't I? Yeah. Now I have to set it all up again. No. Reset. Okay. There we go. Perfect. There, we're fixed. Am I lowered? I'm gonna back up a bit. It works in reverse. That's pretty cool. All right. But yeah, people should use some product codes. If you're getting into live streaming, there are partners for like live streaming equipment. Like as an example, I use a lot of Elgato products. So if you're looking to buy a new microphone, or you're looking to buy a stream deck, right? Or any of those products, you just have to look around. There are product codes for that. And it doesn't hurt to ask, hey, are you a partner for this or that, right? And if you ask, they might say yes. And if they aren't a partner, maybe they might be able to tell you who is a partner. That's always an option too. And then you can save yourself some money, and you're also, helping someone else out, right? A person's channel. Because I think how it works is like partnerships is kind of like a little bit of a commission or something like that. I am not a partner, so for anything other than YouTube. I'm just YouTube. But I usually try to keep track of like some of my, the people that come to my channel, like Eric, and RXZ Gaming, FSG, those that I'm aware of that are certain partners, and then in case someone does want to buy something or is talking about buying something, I will usually mention and say, hey, so-and-so is a partner. You might want to check out their channel and see, what they can do for you. You can probably save a bit of money, especially when it comes to simulator equipment. It gets, some of this stuff is not cheap, right? Some of them, like I think with some companies, you've got it where, like just one joystick is like roughly about $100 and something odd, right? So depending on the brand and everything like that. And when you look at it, you could probably be put off a little bit and say, well, I would really like to try it, but that's a pretty hefty investment. So but most people, they don't realize that, there are product codes that you can take advantage of, like partner codes and stuff. So that's why I mention it. We're going into the holiday season, and it's Black Friday season and stuff like that. So that's why I'm taking the time to talk about it a little bit more. All right. I think I have to back up a bit. Oop, I hit the accelerator. Back up here. Now this is kind of weird. I'm gonna have to move some of these trucks out of the way. Okay. But yeah, people should consider this this I-beam tracker. I'm impressed with it. So easy setup, and I'm enjoying it. Like, it's phenomenal. I don't like having to get out of cab view to do certain things. I probably will have to do it to a degree with certain things, like maybe if there's like the back has like something really big and it's blocking my ability to see. Probably I might end up still going out of cab. But like something like this, right, where I've got like one small implement in the back and I've got this in-cab view, it's reducing the amount of time where I need to hit C and go out. I can actually stay in full simulator mode a lot more compared to previously without the tracker, because there was a lot of stuff that I was still doing, in this mode, but now I can do a lot more stuff in cab mode, right? So, and if you love simulation or authenticity of simulation, for the most part, you probably want to stay in cab as much as possible, right? Especially if you've already gone ahead and purchased yourself a steering column and all of that stuff. So for me, I'm going to do it this way. When I'm live streaming, I just going to do it because it's my enjoyment. And I don't think it's really too disruptive if I'm like looking around. From a streaming perspective, it probably would help to have your chat like on a separate monitor off to the side or something. Like, I know some people usually observe chat on the phone. I don't think that would work out very well. I'm not sure who does do that, but I do know a few people that do monitor their chat on the phone. But I don't think that would work out too well, unless you can have it somehow. Like, I would maybe get some sort of phone mount where you can just have it floating just in front of your face, sort of. The phone, I mean. and then you can observe the chat, that will work. But if you're constantly having to observe chat where you're looking down, like on a table or something like that, that's probably where you're going to have some problems if you're live streaming and using the iBeam tracker. But for me, what I've got is I got 2 large monitors. I'm playing on my main monitor, right? And then I have another monitor off to the side. Like right now, I'm glancing over to the chat. Right now, I can actually read the chat, right? But I make sure that the chat is as close to my main monitor as possible. And that's sort of how my setup is. Okay, let's see here. I think I probably have to lift up my implement. Yep. Excuse me. Did I lower my implement? Yep. I did. This here. Perfect. Perfecto. I'm just looking down for the key that I need to raise my implement. Yeah, I think I'm going to do my up and downs. Wait, do I have one more row to do? See here. There we go. We're doing all right. I'll have to figure out a better way of doing implement drop, I think. Because I do have to look at my keyboard. Oop, I forgot to lower it again. Maybe I might program it to a button or something. There we go. So head movement, like I said, is a combination. Like if you really want to look towards the back, that's a combination of moving your head slightly and your eyeballs at the same time. And that's how you can get like this angle without having to really move your head too much. But if you want to look peripheral vision, like to the left or to the right, you can keep your head straight and just move your eyeballs for doing this type of scan motion. If you want to do a quick turn, you have to move your head physically quite a bit and your eyeballs. So, hey, I think lower that down. I might put a button somewhere, maybe on the steering wheel, a keybind for lowering implement. Probably might be a quick fix to do. So all that little shaking you saw in the last couple of seconds was me grabbing a sip of my coffee. So whenever my face gets blocked, or it's not able to track it, it will track my face as I look at my coffee cup to pick it up. But as soon as I put the coffee cup in front of my face, it recenters it like it is right now. Right? So that's why you're seeing the jitteriness of like going left and right like that, because it's recognizing it can't track my face, so it goes back to the default position essentially. Which isn't too bad, I guess. Let's back up here. I'm not sure if I was supposed to do this on a potato field. I'm going to get out and check to see if there's something that can tell me. Right now these are weeds, but I am noticing a different texture. So I think I am actually putting a mulch down here. So today's stream's just going to be kind of generic. Usually whenever I set them up, I usually have like a plan of action. I really didn't have a plan of action today. I just thought, oh, I'm just going to make a generic title and just jump in. No big plan or anything. Just whatever needs to be done, I guess. Okay, let's just line up. We'll jump out a cab. And I've got something in the way here. Needs lime. Guess we'll have to put lime down on here. Yeah, it looks different. So it must be doing mulching. It is mulching. That should probably tell me too, I think. Goes through. Mulched. Oh. Yeah, so it is actually mulching. Okay. I don't do potatoes very often, so I wasn't sure. Because usually I think after you do potatoes, you have to do, what is it? Unless that's changed, you have to do plowing? One of these tells me if I have to plow, right? I don't think it does. It's plowed. Plowed? Oh, that's plowed. Just remove all of this, I guess. Maybe they all need plowing. Needs lime. So I guess we'll do lime next, I guess. I don't know. Confused now. Okay, we'll lower that down. We'll figure it out as we go along. So I have to do this field, and then I have to do the other fields over in the corner. So I think people will enjoy this product. So I say just go ahead with it, watch the video, give it a try. I kind of pointed out maybe some things about the product that people might not have an enjoyable experience, which is of course simulator sickness, right? So if you're prone to that, then obviously that's not going to make things very fun for you, right? But if you're not, if you don't have simulator sickness, and you're fine, and I think you'll have a lot of fun with this product. And I think it was reasonably priced too. It's not very expensive for the software. So that's why I went ahead with this option. Like when you're doing simulator games, you want to try to simulate as much as possible. And also, it's not like a subscription or anything like that. Once you buy the software, you get the updates for free and all that jazz. So that's a big stickler for me. I'm not big on subscriptions for software. Not to say that I haven't subscribed to things, but usually that's just for, streaming apps and stuff like that, like watching Netflix or something like that. But like for video editing or live streaming and stuff like that, I think the only thing that I really subscribe to for that is, well, my internet connection, right? And also music, I guess, right? And then anything else that I do for like live stream development, video editing, and all of that, I go with products that I buy it outright, and I get some sort of lifetime guarantee, right, with it. Okay, and to the end here. Probably have to adjust my field of view a little bit, maybe. Kind of sitting like way in the back. I might adjust that later. I don't know. But yeah, we are into the holiday season, so that's why I've got my holiday theme up right now. We'll probably have that up for till slightly after the holiday season, so probably like maybe the second week of January. I usually dip into a bit of January before I actually take it down. And then we'll go back to the theme that I had before, the layout and everything like that. So we'll be good. Yeah, I'm gonna do the far row on the way back. I should be able to make my turn just fine. And today's drink is what is the? I'm doing, I think, a Colombian coffee bean blend right now, so it's not the Peruvian one. And I've got eggnog in the cup too, so it's a little bit of a festive drink, I guess. So I use that instead of putting like cream or milk in, I guess, or sweetener. I just put a little bit of the eggnog in there and stir it up. Flavorizes the coffee. Do 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 do. Do, do, do. I thought about doing like a live stream last night of the Christmas parade, but I'm kind of glad that I didn't. It was a little bit cold and it was a bit dark. And at the same time, there was a lot of, when you're at a parade, you're kind of like really tight together and stuff like that. So it's like, no, I don't think I'm going to do this. So I thought about it, but I decided not to. Not to say I don't think I would get any better of a day to do it. Usually we get rain, or it's really cold, or it's snowy. So part of me was like thinking, maybe I should. I don't know. But it was a very long Christmas parade. I think it was on for, let me think here, probably about almost 2 hours, maybe an hour and a half, I guess. So there was quite a few floats in there. Marching bands, local community businesses and stuff like that. So it's very well done, I think. And this year they put a lot of lights up. I mean, a lot. They really brightened up the downtown core, which I think they did a phenomenal job with. Like when it rains a lot, like we get a lot of rain or a lot of cloud cover, and it makes it very difficult when driving, I guess, to a degree. I find having more lights up everywhere usually helps quite a bit. And our city of Chilliwack has for years had some of the worst sort of lighting. I mean, even street lighting, where it's like not really ideal for rainy climates, because it would be a type of light that wouldn't allow the paint on the roads to show through. So if you start getting like a puddling effect, it kind of hides the color of the paint. So they started putting in different lights that would allow the paint to kind of show up a bit better, essentially. So they use more of an LED light now compared to the past. Some people don't like them, but I think it's an improvement. I think we've had probably less vehicle crashes as a result. Are we? Yep, there we go. And then bike lanes, we do have a lot of bike lanes that they put in over the years, and they always use a very bright fluorescent color so that it makes it stand out a bit more, which is pretty good too. Turn the brightness on a little bit here. Alright, so we're at the end here. I have plenty of opportunity to line up of it. Oh. There we go. And other than that, I don't really have. I think it's going to be a pretty quiet winter. I think this year. Nothing too overly exciting or anything to talk about, I guess. Nice, quiet, chill holiday. And then we'll have to see what 2026 has to bring us, I guess. So, see what that'll be like. So I think we'll do some loading as well of logs on this episode with the I-beam tracker. So far I've done like some very simple stuff like driving this tractor around and what do you call it, doing the mulching. I think I gotta go over one row. Yep. Did I miss a bit back there? Guess we'll find out when I make my return trip that way. I'm kind of curious to know what they will do for the different season stuff. Like I don't know, like the follow, there's like one about follow crops or whatever for the next season of Farm Sim. I was like, I don't know what else they can do. So I mean, potatoes use a bit of a follow, right? So we've already done that. How many more of those types of crops we can do? Flowers require that. So I was like, almost like, well, are we going to do flowers as a crop? I mentioned flowers because we do have large fields of flowers. We have like the annual tulip festival and etc. Daffodils and all sorts of different flowers that are planted out in the field, and they have like these follows that they create to put them in. And then during the festival they go out and they hand pick them. I think they also have a machine that probably does it too, but for the festival purposes I think they usually have people hand picking for the most part, unless there's another crop that requires that. I don't know, hard to say. Maybe squash or pumpkin. Watermelon. Oh. I'm gonna make it to the end here. Only have a few more rows to do, and we will be done. I'm not sure if I've got potato chips coming out yet. Probably going to need to grab another cup of coffee here in a moment. I'll probably finish up these rows and then take a quick break. There we go. Off we go. So if you're joining me, feel free to hit the like button and subscribe. So if you're new to my channel, especially the like button, it definitely helps get the live stream out there so people can see it. So would help out quite a bit. I do have hype activated on my channel, so if you want to hype, you can hype as well. If you're watching on your phone, I believe. I don't think you can hype on the desktop PC yet, to my knowledge. Hype is new. It basically puts a video or a live stream up onto a leadership board for a specific category. So like as an example, my category is Gaming and Farming Simulator 25. So it would increase the visibility for it. And this is a program for basically small channels. Once you hit a certain threshold of subscribers, then you're no longer part of the actual hype program. Unless your channel does really bad and you end up below that threshold, then you're automatically added back in. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but that's pretty much how the hype program works. Not every country has access to it. And if you're a content creator, you have to go and check inside your studio settings to see if you can turn it on or not, right? So I think it's on by default. I can't remember. I can't remember because I have a tendency to tinker around inside studio a lot by changing settings, so I don't know what I did, if I turned it on or I turned it off. So that's the problem with me. I'm always interested in tinkering with things and figuring things out that sometimes I forget whether or not if I actually turned it on or if it was on by default. So go figure. We're almost at the end here. This is the last row. I'm gonna try driving past my potato chip factory up here and just see if I have any potato chips that have come out. I imagine I will probably want to plant some more potato chips in this field. Or potatoes, I mean, not potato chips. I also need some I think I need some more oil, so I might have to plant some canola. Okay, over here I think is the output. No, I don't see anything coming out yet. Okay. We're fine. Oop. I'm gonna go over here. This should be a little bit easier to figure out whether I have to mulch or not. So I'm just gonna put this on break, and I'm gonna go grab myself another, I guess it's an eggnog latte, right? Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Okay, guys, I'm back. Eggnog latte here. Not really hard to make either. You just get some eggnog mix and, well, just put it in your coffee. And then stir it up. So this field is really the one that almost looks like it needs the mulching the most. Oh, I guess I didn't really have to back up that far, did I? Can I make my lights a bit brighter? Nope, that's about as bright as I can go. Alright. Missing some product there. That's okay. I've got way too much straw as it is. Having some discussions last night on Kiwi's stream with Green, and Kiwi as well about the stream box or Steam box, which is coming. I think it's going to be a good product. I think for people that sort of want to get out of the standard, console setup and want to go into Steam games and stuff like that, I think probably a good option for people. I think when the Steam Deck first came out, and you've got the Asus ROG, I think that just sort of opened up a can of worms. And what I mean is that people started realizing, oh, you can have smaller computers and you can have smaller devices and stuff like that play some of the PC games, right? That have, I think most people knew that have technical savviness know or knew all along, but there are some people that thought, oh well, it's just how it is, you got to play Xbox to play Xbox games, or you got to PlayStation to play PlayStation games, and you can't do some of the cool stuff that's on PC. And I don't know, maybe some of the consoles have used certain words to, confuse people or make people assume otherwise. But I think these days console players are saying, well, we expect more. Give us more, right? So I think it's viable. I think it's, we're getting there. And I think it's Steam that kind of broke that rule, right? Because they've always been on, what do you call it, on PC. So they've been kind of like, I guess, breaking that cohesive mold to which console companies have used to, I guess, control the market. That's why I've never really had a console system. I've had a PlayStation 3, I think. And then I had some of the older Nintendos, like the Sega Genesis and the NES. But once I got to about, I want to say probably the early 2001, like 2001, I think, when fiber optics came out and high-speed internet came out, I got a computer, and at that point I was like, I don't think I'm ever going to go back to console at that point. And I think that sort of changed the game for consoles. So we'll just have to wait and see how it all turns out. But then again, everybody wants everything smaller, right? So, which makes sense. Do I think the competition between computers and consoles will ever end? Probably not. I think it'll continue to go on for quite some time till both of them can be like wiped out by something. Like an idea or a concept that removes the necessity for either of them, right? That was me taking a sip of my coffee. So you see, You have to keep basically whatever is in front of your face out of your face, essentially. Well, away from your eyes, I guess, and your head. Okay, what are we doing here? I think we're doing our up and downs, are we not? Yep, what we are doing, folks. So politics, I can talk about that. I don't usually like to talk too much about politics on the channel because most people don't usually come here to talk about it, but I don't know, I pay attention to it. I usually participate in a lot of political channels and texting and, I don't know, debating and all of that. I think maybe a little bit I'm getting a little cranky with everything, I guess, lately. Especially with my country, I guess, Canada. It's kind of weird, you know. There's a lot of people upset, I think, overall, which is understandable. I think what really upsets me, and this is why I'm talking about it right now, is that I think that a lot of it is just for show, to tell you the truth, right? And they really set the stage to make people angry, right? And they do it in a few ways. One, they either don't share all of the relevant information, right? Which creates a debate on a topic, right? Or there's a bit of misinformation or disinformation that gets released as well, right? So I've seen a lot about that. I think for me this week, why I'm talking about this now is like we've got the tanker ban on the West Coast, and we're in the works of trying to get an oil pipeline to the West Coast, basically. That's in the nutshell, right? And I don't know, this is a bit of a headache for people, I think. Generally, everybody wants to see, you know, prosperity, and they want to see, you know, everybody have like an equal say on things. But I think this week I was particularly perturbed is that there is a ban on the oil tanker, right? But they don't really explain what the ban is about, right? They don't talk about the fine print of it, right? So it got people upset, right? Well, we want a pipeline here, right? And then the other part of the country, which is British Columbia, where I live, they say, well, it's never going to happen. We're not removing the ban, right? But nobody really talks about, well, what is the ban, or what's in the ban, or how is it impacted? And because of that information is not presented, you've got a lot of people arguing and commenting, and I've read a lot of it. It's like crazy, I'm telling you, right? And it's because, you know, people are overly upset as it is, right? So they just say, well, how come you want to block something, right? So anyways, there's factors with the ban itself, and there's people that don't realize what's going on. So I think what most people think what the ban is essentially that tankers are not allowed to go along the west coast of British Columbia at all, like within Canadian waters. That's one misconception that most people have, but that is not true. It is one area of water, which is on the east coast of Haida Gwaii, which is an island. So it's basically the ban is within a strait, a bit of turbulent water, which is probably not ideal for ships. Well, not all ships anyways, which I'll get to in a moment. So there's certain areas, because people say, well, there's tankers that go up and down the coast from Alaska. Yeah, but they don't go into the strait, right? So that's one of the arguments that people have said, and they said, well, yes, they do go up and down the coast of British Columbia, but they don't go into the strait, which leads me to believe that they think that it's all a Canadian water on the all Canadian water on the west coast, which is not the case. So misconception then one, and that's the fault of the media and politicians not, making that fine point relevant. So you leave that piece of information out, so then people get upset, right? And it just spins out of control. Right? And I've seen that on so many forums where people get upset. Okay, so that's number one, right? On the tanker ban, it is not all of the entire west coast of British Columbia. It's only in certain hazardous parts where ships could be vulnerable, have a higher risk of spillage, right? So that's one point that wasn't really discussed, right? Point number two is capacity limit. So yes, there are some ships that do, tankers, ships, cargo vessels, whatever you can think of, do operate within the area that is dignified as a ban, right? Saying that there's a ban in there. But those vessels most likely are meeting the capacity limit. So it's like a weight limit on a road or on a bridge, right? So the same thing for these areas of water that are actually banned. There is a capacity limit, which is 12,500 metric cubic tons of oil, essentially. So if you are under that threshold and you're a tanker, you can go through the strait, no problem. But that's another point that most people are not discussing, or politicians or media aren't really talking about. So, and the whole conjecture of it is like, this area is a strait, there's turbulent water, it's not dredged out, and I honestly think that the ban is just to simply keep a super tanker out of there. If you don't have a ban in place, you're going to have people taking ships that are not able to go in through there, in through that area. And that's what the whole purpose is of that particular ban. And that's what's not being educated on the news or by politicians. They're just saying, hey, there's a ban in place, no pipeline. And I honestly think some of the politicians don't have a clue what they're talking about either. And I know that for a fact. Because there are some crazy politicians up there saying, well, there's a ban there, you can't put a pipeline in. And I says, well, it has nothing to do with the pipeline. I mean, you can put the pipeline in. It's really the tankers that have to comply, right? So anyways, that's why I'm upset about this whole thing, because there's so much misinformation. And I think some politicians haven't even got a clue what they're talking about. If they comply with the ban, you can put a pipeline in and you can go ahead and you can ship the oil up and down as you want, right? It's a volume limit. Anyone with common sense would, obviously understand that you don't want a super tanker going through turbulent areas, right? Even the company operating the super tanker would probably say, no way, Jose, I'm not going to send my super tanker through there, because my tanker is worth more than the oil that I'm hauling, and I don't want to have to pay for the cleanup or have to work on getting that ship out of there, right? So there's that. The other thing is that I don't think people really understand the shipping industry. I mean, you take the Panama Canal. There are some ships that can't go through there anymore because the Panama Canal is not large enough for the ships that shipbuilding companies are building these days. I mean, they're practically as large as a city these days. So the infrastructure is just not there to support them, right? And that's what people have to realize. And most of the oil that's being shipped out is going across the ocean. So usually they do want to use super tankers to do it, right? And that's a heck of a lot of oil, right? They work perfectly fine out in open water, but they're not really set up for like close quarter operations and stuff like that. And I think that's what people are, not really understanding. So, and anyways, I got really upset seeing some of this stuff this past week. It's like, why are we arguing about all of this? But, and there are people that are completely don't have a clue, right? Because you just read the comments and you just see people writing things that evidently show that they have no understanding about the tanker ban and all of this stuff. But like I said, I've commented to some people on some of the channels that I usually engage on. And I say, you got to really do your research. Don't just listen to the news because they're not giving you all of the information that you need to make a decision. But I think slowly but steadily, that's starting to turn around. Like I've started to see that politicians are actually taking the time to read what they're saying yes and no to, which is pretty funny. And they're like, okay, well, maybe I better start reading this. Look at some of these comments that some people are commenting on, right? So people overreact a little bit and everything like that. So I think the pipeline will probably go through, and then I think basically more education on what the ban and can and cannot do is what's really going to end up happening, which is the right thing to do. But yeah, I think Canadians are pretty. It seems like people are. I think for the most part, Canadians keep a reasonable temperament, I think, on things. I mean, we're not going to do anything crazy where we're going to, like, bust down our neighbor's door and do anything kind of that crazy. Maybe it will happen, I don't know. But I will say, I think there are a lot of people upset and confused, which I see. I think it's a bit fractured a little bit, too. With everything going on, which is understandable. But like I keep on telling people, I say, some of my fellow Canadians, I say, it's not just us going through it, that's the whole world. Everybody's going through it, right? Even Americans are going through it too, right? So on either side of the spectrum, it has nothing to do with whether you're on the left politically or on the right politically. Fair to say everybody is going through this big, giant, dynamic shift, right? So it's just what it is. So if people feel alone in it, or one country is getting a better deal than another, I honestly don't think there is one country getting a better deal than another country. So I think everybody is going through it, plunging through it. It doesn't matter where you are. And it's just going to take some time to adjust to the new formula, I guess you could say. I think some people probably have a harder time with it if they've never really experienced, like difficulty, right? Like maybe they've got everything lined up, ducks in a row, your house is fine, your job was fine, everything is fine, right? Everything's perfect. Every day is like you wake up, you get your cup of coffee, and you go out the door and you're happy all the time. And then what's going on is like, I've never experienced this before. What do I do, right? And that's what happens. It's like shock value. And there are people like that. And then there's some people that are used to it, right? They're like, well, it's what it is. I can react to it, or I can actually go out and try to sort of plan to make life better, I guess, as the saying goes. Hey there, I have 80 subscribers. Hey, you did it. I think it's like, what is it? Like, don't you need like 60 or 50 or something, and then you can live stream? You have to remember, Michael, to go in and turn the function on, by the way. So if you've hit the right threshold where you can start live streaming, you need to turn that on right away because it won't activate for 48 hours. So just make sure you do that. 50's, it's 50 subscribers for live streams. Okay. Oh, so you probably have that on already, right? You turned it on already? Also, congratulations on the 80. So yeah, Michael's part of my community. He just hit like 80 subscribers. And just to give context, if you hit 50 subscribers on your channel, you can start live streaming. But you need to turn it on in the studio software first. And it takes about 24 to 48 hours on average in order for your channel to actually be able to do the first live stream. So and I'm pointing that out because some people forget to go in. They think it's automatic. So if you are trying to do a channel, make sure once you hit like 50 subscribers, you go into the studio and you turn the function on. I don't know how to turn it on. I think you have to do it on a computer. So you gotta, at least unless they've changed it. And you need to go to your YouTube channel. So you open up a browser, you sign into your Google account on a computer. And then you access Studio, which is from the profile picture on the upper right-hand corner. And then you choose from the drop-down YouTube Studio. And then you go in there. And it'll probably give you information like saying you can now go live or something like that. And you have to turn it on. I think there's like a document that I could probably find. Give me a sec. We'll look it up. But to my knowledge, unless it's changed, you have to do it on a computer. But my channel's been active for like 3 years, so maybe they have changed that rule. I don't know. How to turn on live for a new YouTube channel. to turn on live for a new YouTube channel, first verify your phone number, then request live streaming access, which may take up to 24 hours to be approved. Once approved, you can go live from the YouTube mobile app by tapping the camera icon and selecting go live. So you'd have to verify your phone number and then request live streaming access. I wonder if I can... Is this a document? Nope, that's not it. But yeah, just Google search it, Michael, and then you can kind of turn it on. 33 degrees Fahrenheit. Let me go take a look at my weather here. Silhouette. Oh, we're at 0 degrees Celsius, which is 32 degrees Fahrenheit. So I'm just like one tick down. Oh, we might get snow on Monday, tomorrow, or Thursday or Friday. That's interesting. Yeah, so usually when we get about around 0 degrees Celsius or 32 degrees Fahrenheit, that's where we start. And we have precipitation, that's where we can have the chances of snow, essentially. Okay, is my implement down? Go. So what are you going to live stream, Michael? Or what are you going to do with your channel now that you're at 80 subscribers? Okay. We're almost done mulching here. This looks pretty good. So. Low temperature is 29 degrees Fahrenheit. We're probably about the same as you. Probably one degree above or 1 degree below for your low. But as we go into December, it's going to get colder and colder. That's why we're usually the first week of December is when we start seeing snow or chances of snow. Yeah, we have probably the same weather as you. It's a little chilly, I guess. We're gonna dip lower than that, I think, starting next week. Let's drop that down. And then it's hard to say whether we get snow. We'll probably get like a little bit of snow, but it'll just melt away. Sort of how it works, I guess. But other parts of British Columbia will probably get more snow than us, compared to where I live. Because we are at sea level. So we don't have a lot of elevation right where I live. We had a high temperature of 40 degrees Fahrenheit yesterday. High temperature was 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Sorry, I'm just taking a drink of my cup of coffee here. I don't know what we're at right now for a high. I can usually tell if things are getting cold if the weather, or I mean the wind is coming from the north or the east. Because I have an understanding of how the weather patterns work. So if we're getting wind from the west, most likely the wind or the air currents are coming from Hawaii, which is warm, right? But if it's coming from the north or the east, there's a good chance that it's going to be extremely cold because that is pure Arctic weather. And temperatures coming from Alberta, which is extremely cold. Alright. Yep. This down. Yeah, so Texas weather probably alters quite a bit compared to ours. We don't, during the winter, we don't see that much of a gap. Not usually. Gap of a temperature change, I mean. All right. Yeah, well, that's the luxury of being at the center of the planet, I guess. Equator. Yeah, the equator. You get hot weather coming from everywhere. Oop, I went forward too much. Except the north. Yep, that's where you get your cold weather. That's the same for us, pretty much. But we're sheltered by mountains, and sometimes it's not always that cold. Alright, let's go this way. Take a sip of my drink here. Are you still getting sights of northern lights, or has that kind of dissipated a bit? Lower the mulcher down. Yep, there we go. Yep, it's like a free-for-all. No mountains for Texas. That goes the same for most of the rest of Canada as well. So I think everything east of British Columbia is a bit more exposed to the Arctic weather. And then it blasts all the way down as far south as well, Texas. Depends on how strong it is, and they've been forecasting to say that this year will probably be a little bit more extreme for cold. So we'll just have to see, I guess. Well, I just pay attention mainly to the air currents. So, and they usually have like, I don't know, like easterlies and westerlies. And depending on the alignment, it's kind of like little circles. So the weather pattern completely circles around in these little zones, essentially. And so usually cold weather will circle in cold weather areas, and then warm air will circle in warm area weather areas. So places that are within a certain range of the equator will constantly get warm weather, usually. And the only time that that breaks is if a different weather pattern is too strong and pushes the natural weather pattern out of the way. Right. We're almost to the end here. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. I think we're doing our ups and downs, folks. Back up here. Go up our implement and off we go. Make sure we're doing okay back here. Yep, we are. I'm going to need to... Oh, I forgot to update my T1000. I have to do that probably later. That's my combine. So the one that I featured on my live stream before. Okay, I'm gonna pick up my implement. Drop the implement and off we go. Okay, so fine. All right. So there's like, I've got a newer zip file, but I forgot to put it in. But if I do harvesting, I plan to pull like a mulcher in behind, essentially. Back up. Alright. Last year we had 80 degrees Fahrenheit to 11 degrees Fahrenheit in January. Oh. That's a very large gap. Oh, are you going off? All right. Michael, thanks for dropping in, and congratulations on 80 subscriptions. Have to keep it up. To get to like 500 now. Alright, there we go. But yeah, the T1000 combine, you can put Malshar on the back. Yep, subscribers. But you'll have to let us know what you plan on, what kind of channel you have. Like what you'll be live streaming and everything like that. I know you like to go for long walks and stuff, so I'm not sure if you're doing like a nature channel or a walking channel. A Texas channel. Whatever the theme is. Oh, your channel right now? Oh. See what's on there. Oh, you got... Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna post this here for you guys. Channel. There you go. Yep, check it out. So a lot of driving videos are on there. And I guess pretty much his adventures of walking around in Texas. And he can answer questions about Texas if you have questions about Texas. But it's usually, for the most part, I guess your adventures in Texas and your road journeys and stuff like that by the looks of it. Oh, drive around. Yeah, drive around. And weather videos as well. So if you want to see like kind of crazy Texas weather, like, I mean, some really weird weather. I mean, weird weather. Unless you live in a place where you have weird weather. But myself, I don't live in a place with a lot of weird weather. But you want to see like tornadoes and, you know, like heavy downpours of rain and like some really weird weather stuff. He's got stuff like that posted on his channel, like hard rain, thunderstorms. All of that is like on the channel too. They get sandstorms in Texas. I don't know if you have a do you have a sandstorm video yet? I don't know if you have a sandstorm video or not. If you don't, you should do a sandstorm video. But there's thunderstorms. Thunderstorms are pretty crazy. He's got a video on the solar eclipse from like 2024. Actually, a really good one too. Like the thumbnail shows it pretty clear. Oh, there you go. Sandstorm videos up there as well. Yeah, so guys, you should check it out if you're interested in like weird weather, because they get like weird weather in Texas. To me, it's weird, and I'm assuming most people will find it weird as well. So, and he's got especially the thunderstorms. I think the thunderstorms are kind of crazy as well. All right, I'm gonna jump back to my video, my game here. But yeah, you should check that out. Okay. And I think pretty much if you have, like, if you want to know more about Texas, you can kind of like comment in the videos, because he knows a lot about Texas. He'll share everything he knows about it. And if he doesn't know, he'll look it up, because he's pretty good at looking up stuff too. The 30-second sandstorm video. Yeah, I'll probably check it out after the live stream, because every time I look at it, it seems to make my tracker go all wacky doodle. Yep, other texts. Oh, you mean people that talk to you on the channel? Oh, I have to go this way. Missing a bit. Yeah, so you can meet other Texans as well if you comment in the videos too. There we go. So there you go. So if you want to know more about Texas, that's where you gotta go. Yeah, have a good night, Michael. Alright, I'm gonna back up here. I think we're almost done this field here. I think for me and BC, we don't get too much weird weather. Just a lot of rain, like a lot of rain. Oh, my cousin comes over for Thanksgiving, and I asked her, would you take me on a plane because she can drive a plane? And she said, let's go to Mexico. I'm like, I do not have a passport. Girl trying to get rid of. Is she trying to drop you off in Texas or in Mexico? I've always wondered about that. I think if you land, you have to provide a passport. I don't know how that works. I've been in a plane. One of my friends is a pilot. BE7, who's a moderator, you probably met him. He's a pilot. And I think when I went up with him, we did dip like into Western Washington, but we never landed at an airport there. So, yep, have a good night. So I think you can kind of dip into airspace, but I think the problem that you run into is if you're trying to land or something. Is how it works. I don't know if that works for every part of the world. But with the United States and Canada anyways, that's sort of how it works. Because if you're on the border, right, you have to share some of the airspace. So some American flights will come up into Canada, and then some Canadian flights will dip into the United States. They have to find a way to manage air traffic somehow, right? So I don't know how it works on the southern border, so maybe it's a little different for the United States on the southern border. I don't know. But it seems like once you go up in a plane, you know, you can do certain things and stuff, but at the end of the day, you still have to kind of follow whatever the air traffic controller tells you that you have to do. Oh, it's probably a question I'll have to remember the next time VE7 comes on in my live stream. He'll be able to explain it better than I can. Because he needs to know how to do that if he's flying a plane, right? Oh. Oh, what's happening here? Oh, that must be just an alert. Yes, as the bot says, please like and subscribe, everybody. I did not know I had like an alert that said that I was on the road to 800 subs. But yes, that is very true, everybody. I'm trying to get to 800 subscribers. So if everybody wants to subscribe, please do. And like it. There's some countries that can hype a video. I don't think I've ever had one of my videos hyped. I hype other people's videos if they're a content creator that supports it. And so not every country actually has hype available. I have mainly hyped American channels and fellow Canadian channels because those are the ones that I'm aware of that have hype active. And then there's one guy in France, I think, that I hype. So as a viewer, I think I can hype a total of 3 channels a week. I believe is the limit at the moment. And so that's what I do. And I try to spread the love as much as I can. So, and I have I'm subscribed to probably a total of about 500 channels. And they're not all just gaming channels. They're not just farming simulator channels. So some of them are gaming channels. Some of them are content creation channels. Some of them are political channels. Some of them are Canadian channels. Some of them are American channels. Some of them are Australian, New Zealand, and French channels. Yeah. So, and a variety of different topics. And then I comment on the videos and everything like that. but for content creation, I think I started doing that a lot more, especially on my YouTube channel, for the most part, by broadening who I'm subscribed to. So regardless of what people understand or not, but YouTube is trying to make it very similar to Facebook. They won't publicly say it, but the algorithm somewhat works that way. So if you subscribe to other channels and stuff like that, it kind of sort of broadens your reach a little bit. Especially if you're trying to get out of one geography, like one geographic market. So if you've got like basically just all Canadians watching you, it could be because you're basically either viewing a lot of Canadian content or you're subscribed to just Canadian content. So let's say if you want to, you know, get a little bit more visibility in the Indian market, right? You might want to subscribe to a few Indian channels or watch Indian content. And that's how the Facebook algorithm works, right? So how that works is that the more friends you have, right? The more channels you're subscribed to, the wider your visible reach will be. It's sort of how it's going. I don't think the algorithm is 100% the same, but it's somewhat close to that in nature. So if you don't do that, and I've heard a lot of I don't know, content creation channels like the experts, they say, well, generally you're in a box. So I guess it's more like a best analogy would be like a Russian doll is how the algorithm works, right? So you are in a search market, which is your first level of, how do you say it? Your first level of a Russian doll, right? You're trying to get through that first shell, right? And you'll have like an instantaneous jump in subscriptions, right? Maybe you'll have like, if you're a small channel, you might start seeing like about maybe 50 to 60 more subscribers, and you'll jump up. But eventually you're going to hit a threshold where you're going to be like, oh, I'm not seeing much channel growth, right? You're going to hit a dead wall. Everybody sees that. I've seen some channels do that. So then you need to change it up. You need to figure out another way of doing something to get through that Russian doll, right? So whether that means you do something differently, like you, in order to stimulate a new niche or to get more visibility. So that would be either doing a different video game to get into another niche market, or I don't know, doing short videos or doing long content videos or changing something, right? You have to change something. And then when you make that change, you take the Russian doll off, and then voila, you've got another Russian doll. You'll have a stimulation of probably maybe another bunch of subscriptions, right? And you'll see, wow, this new technique that I'm doing has gotten me like X amount of more. You've seen growth, basically, right? Everybody has experienced that. And then you hit another Russian doll, right? And you're like, how do I get through that Russian doll to the next Russian doll, right? And that's what happens. So you have to think of new ways of doing that. If you don't make any changes, you're going to have a very slow growth, right? Or you're going to, I don't know, be stuck with the same amount of numbers, right? And so your objective, once you've hit that barrier, right? You see that smiling Russian doll face at you. And you, gosh darn it, I just want to punch that Russian doll in the face. Because I can't get through it, right? So that means you need to find something else to stimulate that growth, right? To get that exposure out, right? And that's the best analogy that I have. And every channel, whether you're a small channel or a large channel, you're constantly busting through Russian dolls to get that extra spurt of growth to get a higher number of subscriptions. And that's, I think, the best analogy that I can come up with for content creators of what it is like, and to give a visual to, like, you know, excuse me, viewers, an idea of how or what it's like. Originally, I thought you're stuck in a box, and I thought that was my original analogy that I used. A lot of people use that analogy, and I said, no, it's a lot more complex than that. Because once you get out of that box or out of that one Russian doll, you will see some growth to fill that box. But then guess what? There's another box you need to get through. So I switched the analogy to a Russian doll, right? So channel growth is like that, I think, is what it is. Trying to bust through, you know, the Russian doll barriers on a channel. It took me a while to figure out that analogy, and I thought that makes a lot of sense. It's like a Russian doll. You pick up one Russian doll off the top, and then there's another Russian doll that's smaller in size. Keep on lifting it off, and you get another Russian doll underneath. So you've achieved a goal, right? But then you get stuck with another barrier, is basically what I'm trying to say, right? So you have to always constantly figure out another way of doing it. So back into that, most people and most channels that are small will usually stay within the one Russian doll that they're in, right? So that could be the one video game that they're playing. That means you're only going to be your visibility is going to be to that one video game, right? The other aspect of it on the video game is visibility of, you know, region. So for the most part, it'll probably be your local region or your language, right? And your time zone. So mostly your region, because most of the people are going to, so you're going to get most of your primary viewership from the content that you're putting out. So Farming Simulator 25, so you'll have your Farming Simulator 25 people and the people in your region, right? And then you need to bust out of that somehow, figure out a way of doing that. So a few things is, like, you know, partnering up with other content creators in different regions or within the same region for visibility. Other option is, like, you know, subscribing to other channels, right? And expanding your visibility that way, right? Because the channel will, what you do on your channel, you know, will promote your channel. So that's the other thing too. You need to engage within your channel, right? So if you start commenting on other people's videos and stuff like that, that also helps your visibility too. So if you just simply do just videos and, you're just doing making content, but you're not interacting in any way, that also limits your visibility, right? Because every time you comment with your channel, it tags your specific channel profile to the comment. And with the day of algorithms and AI, everything that you post, it becomes meta, right? So that's something that you have to take into consideration. So if you have a secondary channel, right? Maybe your real name and your I don't know, your real name and I don't know, your real profile picture, whatever it is. And so you do your searches and everything like that separate from your channel, right? Your YouTube channel. All of that metadata that you're generating by interacting on a personal YouTube account could be actually potentially benefiting your YouTube channel, right? So just something like that. Like another example that I will point out, and a lot of professionals that educate people, they say never use a brand new YouTube channel, never create a new account, right? And if you do a new account, you need to engage with it, right? Well, that never changes, right? vidIQ has mentioned that several times in his videos. They talk about not using a brand new YouTube account or creating a channel, because the algorithm doesn't know what to do with your content. That's because they want you to engage on the channel in some parameter or what have you, right? So excuse me. Anyways, I just wanted to, hopefully I got my point across on that. Especially with AI. I'll give you an example. I don't usually use, I think my ability to search now is not through going to google.ca as much anymore. I usually use an AI to do search. I find that it has a better way of tailoring the information to what I need, right? So that AI is actually going to pull information from a lot more sources than a Google search, right? You can even pull up comments, right? And the AI search algorithm is pulling out YouTube channel information as well, right? So it's got a wider range of meta that it deals with. And that's pretty much the future to search results. It's no longer going to be using Google. I still use Google. I do go to google.ca quite a bit still, but I find that I generally use an AI to do searches. Whether that's Copilot. Actually, I do use Copilot quite a bit because it's handy. It's right on my desktop. I don't even open up a web browser. Just jump into Copilot, type in what I'm looking for, and then I get all sorts of things. Sometimes I get YouTube channels popping up with information videos. Sometimes it's just websites, or it's just point form, facts that Copilot has presented in front of me. But anyways, all of that is there. I kind of went on a tangent. But yeah, so if you engage on other channels, or even different regions, right? You could be, as smart as saying, well, maybe you want more, I don't know, Japanese audience or something like that. You could type in farming simulator Japanese content creators, right? And start watching their content. Engage with it differently, right? And I've done that over the summer, and I've said, oh, well, this is interesting. More that I engage with content outside of my region, you know, I can kind of stimulate my traffic a little bit differently just by using YouTube and going a different direction, right? Will it stay that way always? Maybe not. I think it'll always be the Russian doll analogy. It's just going to be a new feature that comes out from YouTube that's going to change it, right? Captioning as well is a good way of doing it. Captions are metadata, so if you are not captioning, doing closed captioning on your live streams or your videos, and I mean within the studio software, I'm not talking about just putting captions on the inside the videos that you're creating through a video editor. I mean actually having the YouTube algorithm using a text-to-speech file, right, that's giving actual captions within YouTube. That is metadata right there, right? You need to increase your metadata. So if you're not doing closed captioning, that is a large chunk too, especially if you're trying to get out a region, right? I do have people on my channel that actually do, you know, that don't speak any English at all, and they just watch my content because of the caption that I create, right? So and then that goes back to auto dubbing too. So this past, I don't know, I've seen showing up on my feeds a lot of German content creators, French content creators. They don't speak any English at all. Well, maybe not at all. Maybe they do speak some English, I don't know. But in the content that they created, it's all in German. I've got German content creators coming up in my feed for just viewing Farming Simulator content, right? And it's all auto dubbed, literally, because they've taken the time to, you know, go ahead and what do you call it? Put in the captioning, right? And so I'm watching it, and it's auto dubbed into English. So here I am, this Canadian, getting a whole whack of these auto-dubbed German content creators doing Farming Simulator videos, right? And I'm able to understand it. I don't have to read the captions. I can read the captions if I want to, but it's all auto-dubbed. So I'm watching the videos and stuff like that, and I'm learning whatever they're trying to teach me in their tutorial videos and stuff like that. So once again, so those German Farming Simulator content creators, they've said, well, I've gotten through that Russian doll. I've got that Canadian. Here I'm gaming, watching my content now. The saying goes, right? And I actually started watching a lot of it. They usually do a lot of auto drive and horseplay tutorials. Some very radical stuff too that's not covered by any English speaking content creator, not that I'm aware of, right? So I find it kind of interesting. I usually watch a lot of that, the auto drive and horseplay stuff, from the German content creators. This as an example, I guess. But those are prime examples too, that I'm talking about. And then there's, like I said, some people from India that I watch too. They will do the auto dubbing, and you know, they are talking in their native language, right? But it all comes out in English, and I can understand it, and I just sit there and I just watch the content, right? And that's just started happening in the past year or so. So those people that figure out how to do these different things, they've just bashed through another Russian doll, basically. And they expand their subscription base, right? And that's how it is. And I think with YouTube, that's how it's going to be always. So it's just a matter of understanding what's new and available, how the technology works, and that's how you go about bashing through the Russian doll, essentially, to get that extra next part of subscriptions that you're doing. And it's always going to be that way, a constant revolving door of, you know, getting that spurt, and then once the spurt is gone, figuring out what's next you need to do to get through that next Russian doll. That's how it is as a content creator. And that'll be that way for whether you're a small channel, a large channel, a medium-sized channel, whatever it may be. Oh, I think I've bashed that Russian doll analogy out the door, I think. Talking about that. I don't know how many fields I got left. Am I still on the third field? I probably am. Not sure. Yeah, I got one more field to do. But I think YouTube is going to try to become more Facebook-like again. But I think they're going to do it very slowly. There used to be a time where they did have like a social platform. I forget what it was called, like Google Portal or something like that. I can't remember what it was, but I don't know. I tried it out once and then it's like, I don't know. I just didn't like the way it was set up. And then people just didn't like it and they just went with Facebook. But, they are probably going to go and make another attempt to do that. But maybe not as aggressively as what they have done in the past. As an example, already, you know, you can go onto a person's YouTube channel as a viewer and you can post in the community posts. So that's rolling out. If anyone has gone to the Farming Simulator 25 YouTube channel, you can post pictures and all sorts of stuff up there now, so it's not really locked anymore. And that gives out a lot of free visibility too. I noticed that, like, as a viewer, I see all of the posts that people are making on the FS25's YouTube channel, and it's not giants posting up there. It's, you know, regular users like you and I, right, that are going in there posting images and stuff like that. That just completely floods my whole post area as a viewer, right? So that's like free advertising right there for giants and FS25, right? Because every time a person posts up there, anyone that's subscribed is going to see that, right? So I'm probably not the only one that subscribed to giants and seen the posts over and over and over again, right? So just think, your own personal channel, right? If you get a lot of people that are posting, right? That's free publicity right there, I guess, for your channel. That's like, oh wait, what's going on Kieran Gaming's channel? Oh, Freddy Spinster has posted another, I don't know, John Deere tractor on there. Right? And that's how Facebook works, pretty much, right? That's what gets the visibility. People constantly posting in a community, right? And then you've got collaborations happening as well with YouTube. That's another new feature that's happening. So whereas if you collab on a particular video or whatnot, more than one content creator, that gives an increased visibility of a subscription button, essentially. That one you have to be a bit careful with. You need to make sure that whoever you're collaborating with, you get along with. So, because it is a collaboration, right? The other factor is whoever creates the original video is going to get most of the revenue for that particular video. So, as an example, if I create a video and I collaborate with one of you guys and you get added on as a collaborator, any revenue I will get. But what you get out of it is just maybe a little bit of advertising, an extra, subscription button here and there. But let's say you and I don't agree with each other anymore, right? I don't like you. We punch each other in the face or something. I don't know. Right? And I say, well, I don't like that person anymore. I'm going to go ahead and demolish the collaboration, right? That removes you off, right, of the collaboration going forward. So I would say you probably want to make sure you have a good relationship with the person, and get along. Just don't set up a collaboration just for the heck of it. Some good collaborations do happen. They work together quite nicely. But I think with collaborations, like I said, like if you have the intention, like there's a lot of joint series, like as an example, the Farm Sim guy and Argsy Gaming, right? Obviously they collaborate on the same map, but they have different styles of how they want to present the information, right? So because they're both passionate about creating videos and live streams and stuff like that, they're on the same map, but they have a different style of how to tell the story, right? Obviously that if you want to go about, having more editing control over something or whatever, right? Maybe by chance you may not want to do a collaboration, right? Because there's a distinct difference in style, right? Something to be aware of. I think I have one more field to do over here, don't I? But collaboration might change down the road. Then maybe they might add other features or something. Everything starts small and then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, right? Because there's an analysis behind it all. Let's just put this down here. There we go. And where does it all go? I don't know what's going to come next year for YouTube or content creation. We'll just have to see what happens. But those are probably the key point things that I wanted to talk about on it. Because I think, especially the Russian doll analogy, I've been wanting to talk about that for quite a while. Because I know that there are channels that have seen some growth, right? They're like, wow, I've upticked. I've gotten up to this amount. And then poof, they hit a stone brick wall, or it feels that way. And I say, well, how come I've been getting so much good momentum? But then all of a sudden, it feels like I'm only getting like 1 or 2 subscribers here and there, right? And that's where the Russian doll analogy comes in. And it's always going to be that way. Even large channels, like I said, experience that. It's like, well, why am I not getting growth? Right? It's because, you know, they've seen a significant growth, or maybe they were lucky. I think channels that see huge growth right away, especially with political channels, because like I said to you guys earlier, I've watched a lot of political channels. A lot of them say, oh my God, YouTube is banning me because they don't like what I'm talking about. Right? They get this huge explosion. Right? Huge explosion, huge exposure, because they have a channel that is political, right? And there's a lot of people looking stuff up on it, right? And they get huge amount of people like watching their channel because of whatever they're talking about and stuff like that. And then boom, they get hit with like a block or something like that, where they don't see any growth at all. And because they had so much significant growth in whatever they're talking about politically, because it's like a hot topic, right? They're like, well, this is what it is, right? They'll say, well, oh man, I've been banned. I've been blocked. YouTube hates me. The algorithm's not promoting. So that's where they finally hit their Russian doll. So they need to figure out how to get through that Russian doll to the next spurt that they can work on. So that's how it works. Hello, Kiwi. Welcome in, sir. Guys, this is Kiwi. Hopefully you guys say hello. I'm gonna pop his channel in there. Fantastic fellow. I join him on some of his live streams, and I'm gonna give you guys his channel. I'm bringing that up. I have to click this button here. But anyways, well, I'm grabbing his channel here for you guys. You can go say hello and subscribe and all of that. But yeah, on political channels, that's what it is. Especially now, because there's like so much politics being talked about in the world, right? And so obviously everybody wants to know about these things, and so they get huge spurts in subscriptions and stuff like that. And then they hit that Russian doll wall, and there's like, oh my God, I'm getting banned. The algorithm is not promoting me anymore. And, you know, stick it to the man, YouTube. That's how it is with some of them, and I've seen that, right? And it's like, dude, and I've told some of them too, right? Because there's a few political channels that I listen to. Either they're funny or they have some relevant information, and I say, dude, it's probably that you need to find a new way to make your content. You've hit that threshold. Now you need to find another way to get your content higher, right? But yeah, they usually get butt hurt quite a bit over that aspect of it. Oh, I think my game went down. I hit a wrong button. I can reload it. Anyways, guys, that is Kiwi's YouTube channel. A lot of fun stuff over there. I join him on a few of his live streams every so often. His live streams are very pro multiplayer or pro platform for the most part. So if you want to do like if you're on a PlayStation or an Xbox, you can join in on the excuse me, on the sessions. So yesterday we were doing some of the most difficult crops. We were doing like I'm going to load up my game here, and we were doing sugar beets. This coming Saturday we're doing poplar, so I'm going to be looking forward to joining in that. And basically different crops that you would normally not want to do, like potatoes. What else? There's poplar, there's carrots, there's beets, the different types of beets, cotton. So any of the difficult crops is part of his series, and he multiplayer streams it. And if you're on Xbox or PlayStation or whatnot, you can join in on the fun. And yesterday it was sugar beets, and this coming Saturday it'll be poplar. Very weird. I'm gonna have to check that out. All right, I think I'm back now. Maybe I might have found a bug with the I-beam tracker or something. It is still in beta, so well, the version that I'm using. And I don't know, another PC crash. I had that happen last night too. I think I'll probably leave it off for the rest of the live stream. Back, by the way. I'm just loading up the game. Weird. Load this up, bring up my chat. Yeah, this is like the third PC crash I think I've had. I have a feeling it might be related to the tracker or maybe my webcam. Maybe my webcam. Okay, let's load this up. Hopefully the autosave keeps some of the stuff intact. Weird. Yeah, because I had a crash last night, but that was right after I had made adjustments to my steering column. So I'm not sure. Yeah, because the newer things that have changed my settings to my steering column, and then also using the I-beam tracker, and also connecting my Elgato MK face cam. So those are the newer items or changes. And I don't keep up till now, I haven't kept the Elgato face cam plugged in all the time. Because like I said, I don't do face cam during live streams. So I don't know if that's a factor. I have to check to see where the USB cable's plugged into. I'll figure that out later. But it has nothing to do with streaming, because I had it do that last night too. Oh. I've got the tracker off now, so we'll do the rest of the stream with the tracker off. And see what happens. And then that might give me an idea if it's the tracking software or the Elgato cam. But yeah, guys, check out Kiwi's channel. Hit the subscription on there. Hit subscribe, like, all that jazz. Good content, good fun, good community. Especially if you want to do like multiplayer. And like I said, if you're on PlayStation or Xbox, he generally live streams on a map that you can join as well. So and I think he has one map that he does too that you can set up a farm, and well, I guess there's a lot of people already with farms set up there. I'm not sure how many more farms he can fit on there, but you can find out if you want to set one up. I usually just join in, and I join up with as a farm hand and help whoever has a farm that's open up there. I usually join Rocket. Horrible farm manager. This leaves me to do all the work at some point. Because I need this done, Kiram, and I need that done, Kiram, and don't eat my ice cream, Kiram. Then leaves me to do the work. I mean, gosh. It's just like harsh, I'm telling you. I don't know if he'll be mad with me when he goes on tomorrow, because he asked me to sell the milk, and I didn't get around to selling all of the milk last night. So I got as far as putting the milk into the trailer, I think, and then that was about it. So go figure. And he's out of ice cream too, because I finished that off. I found that in the cab of the tractor. And we're at 71%. Yeah. But yeah, it's good fun. You can join in. He live streams Kiwi live streams quite a bit throughout the week. So, good, healthy community. Lots of good laughs and comments and stuff. Alright, we're at 85%. So I'm going to leave the tracker off because that's like the third PC crash that I've had. Not today, but since I started using it. So I'll have to figure out why that's doing that. It could be the camera too, potentially. I don't know. So I guess I'll have to do some research on that. So I think I get like a certain amount of time and then poof, goes down. All right. Let's see how we do here. Oh no, man, I have lost a lot. I think a lot of gameplay. So much for autosaves, eh? Alright. Well. I'm trying to move my head too. That's weird. That's kind of weird too. Why can't I can't move the camera angle. Can I move it with this? No, I have no camera movement. Weird. Alright, well let's just put the tracker back on. I don't know why the mouse isn't moving in cab. I wonder if I have to turn the tracker off in the software maybe? Because there is a feature Giants has for tracker software, but I don't know if I have to. Here, I'll turn off the tracker here again. There. Let's go in the setting because there's a. I think it's in here. Fuel, AR worker. I don't know if it's, is that under game settings maybe? Let's see. Let me just save this and we'll exit out of the game. And then I will go ahead and try to find that setting because there's an option that you can turn on for tracking. I think it was originally intended probably for VR headsets or something, perhaps. It's been adapted for this as well. Oh yeah, head-eye tracking. Apply that for now. And I will look at this later. I'll have to, maybe I should probably check I'll probably do that later, maybe tomorrow. I'll check to see which USB port I've got the camera connected to. I'd have to dig deep into the back of my setup to access that, so I'm not going to do that during a live stream. Can do that tomorrow. Try another USB port too. I think I have it plugged into my dedicated card, USB card on the back, but I'm not sure. I do have 2 USB bars on my desk, and I have different things plugged into that, but I'm not sure if I plugged the camera into it. Probably need it plugged into like a dedicated port. I'm not really familiar with webcams because I don't use them very often. Face cams. But I do know that certain pieces of hardware require certain USB ports to be plugged into. Not always, but sometimes. Like, you take my Thrustmasters, I have to have them plugged directly into the PC. They will not work in a USB hub. And same with my steering column. But there are certain things that I can plug in to a USB powered hub. Alright, let's see what happens here. Let's go in. There, we got mouse availability in cab. So I guess I lost that. I have to use my mouse to pivot around. But I think it might be the face cam, because I know I have had problems like playing around with it when I got it early on. So I don't really want to just simply say it's the iBeam tracker software. So we will see. But man, I got so much work done earlier in the stream and it's all wiped out. Oh, I wonder if I have my save interval set. That's probably... Auto interval is every 5 minutes. Probably bumped up to 5. So I don't know why it... I probably have to extract it out of the, like a game save out of it. I would have thought though I would have enable to have it go and auto launch from an autosave, but I guess not. Let's do that. Save. All right. I keep on looking to the back. I'm used to the tracker already. Like, it's just instinct now. Like, turn my head to look to the back, but now I have to use the mouse to move it. So, oh well. That's just how it is. I'll have to figure that out. Like, even the software with the Elgato, I don't know, something is a little funky, because if you open up the, well, maybe I have to open the camera software. I didn't even think of that. But I don't think that should matter. I don't know. Even if I open up the camera software, the like it's weird. I'll have to do some research. It wasn't really a priority for me because like I said, I didn't really have much interest in using it until now. But yeah, when I first got it, I plugged it in. Visuals would show up, and I kind of played with OBS with it, and there was some challenges with it. So I kind of think that it's like something related to the camera more than anything else, and not so much the tracking software. Just have to maybe dig a little deeper and research it. But yeah, because the Elgato, it gives you a software suite to adjust the camera, and you would think that you would just plug in the USB cable, open up the software for Elgato, and you should be able to see your face, right? But it seems it never got that kind of smooth response for whatever reason. And then it has issues sharing with like OBS, because I did try to do like webcam scenes and stuff like that when I was first playing with it, just to see how it all works with the OBS software, and you try to set up a source for it, and it would kind of act a little weird. Like it wouldn't show up, or there would be some more configuration. And then when you do get it working and you try to open up OBS, you would think that the source would automatically kick in and start functioning with the camera, but it never did that. And it was a bit weird. And then I just basically put the camera off to the side, because I was like, well, I'm not really interested in putting my face up on the live streams, so I'll just put that away and just tackle it if I ever do change my mind or decide to use it. So I guess now I'm at the point where it's time to figure it out, I guess. But I'll probably look at the USB port that I'm using and maybe try a different port. maybe reinstall the camera software as well. See if I get a much smoother reaction out of it or what have you. I do have an older Logitech camera kicking around. I might try that just to compare. But it is a lower quality camera. Like, it's quite an older camera. So not exactly sure how that will work, I guess. But then I guess I would be able to find out, well, does the camera really matter, I suppose? Because that's also a question too, right? Like, if you're using an older camera, does it perform differently, right? So with this particular Elgato one, it's an HD face cam, and it does a better job at picking up, you know, like your face and everything like that. Compared to my Logitech one, which is quite old. So we'll see what happens. And it could be also frame rate, like I can set it to like 60 frames per second or 30 frames per second capture. So maybe I'm capturing too many frames. I don't know. So maybe I can just adjust it to a lower frame rate threshold. Because I'm not really using it to capture like video. I'm trying to just capture facial tracking, right? Which is different. And you don't need an HD, I mean, at all, for full-on facial tracking or head movement. So I think I'll finish this field, and then I was going to do all that other stuff over there, those other fields, but obviously I think I might want to do something else other than just mulching here. Because most of my beginning of my live stream was all that, so I'll try to figure out something else to do for at least the next, what, I think I'm gonna go for another maybe 40 minutes or something. And at 11 p.m. Pacific. It's like 20 after 10 right now. If anyone else has any ideas of what might went wrong, let me know in the chat. Especially if you use webcams quite a bit and you know of any issues with them. Like I said, I don't play with them. Eventually I usually figure something out to fix it. Fix the issues that I run into with my computer. Or live streams for that matter. I still remember like some of the stuff that I didn't even know about when I first started live streaming. That's just crazy. Like, to learn everything, you know, like from bandwidth to frames per second, to, I don't know, optimizing graphics and videos for playback performance. There's all sorts of stuff that can go, you can really, wrap your head around whenever you're trying to live stream, right? Depends on how complicated you want your live stream to be, right? If you're just putting like the game up and you're hooking in a microphone and you're just live streaming, then it's pretty simple, right? But you can get really, really complicated, right? So you've got your multi-streaming, and then you've got whatever sources you put in there, right? Like you take my Christmas theme that I've got on there, right? That's a video. You have to optimize the video. You can't just use like a 4K video, or else you're gonna be like, you're just gonna run into problems. You have to optimize everything, including your graphics. So if you use graphics, you gotta optimize your graphics, right? Everything needs optimization, resolution, adjustments. So the more fancy buttons that you put in means that there's something else you need to learn, right? Same with bots, right? Using different type of stream bots and stuff like that. That adds another layer of learning. I don't know, streaming to other platforms. So if you want to stream on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, and whatever else, all at the same time, there's a learning curve you need to go through to learn that, right? So you can do all sorts of crazy things. But I still tell people, you just start out simple and just add on, right? So, well, I want to learn how to do this first. So you do that. Learn this, and that, and eventually you build your setup. Especially if you want to do it yourself, right? So do everything yourself. Like the video layout myself that I've got there for the holiday season, I built all of that, right? So I had to learn how to do that. Alternatively, I could have gone out and found someone that could pay someone to do it for me, or pay a company and buy some sort of like I don't know, overlay. There are overlay packages that are for sale, or you can get overlay packages that are for free, that are out there. But I decided to take the time and try to figure out how to make something, because I enjoy trying to learn new things, right? Make things interesting. Because then it, I think for me anyways, by trying something new or whatnot, that just adds another skill set on my notch belt, or whatever I guess you could say, to learn things. Makes things a little bit more flexible and whatnot. And it becomes a bit of an art too, right? So, I mean, some people enjoy being a painter and they'll just paint, right? But you take the time to like learn how to put things together. That's kind of the same thing. You're being creative, building something. Passes the time and allows you to try something different that's interesting and challenges the mind a bit. Just like the eye tracker problem that I have, right? I'll probably end up researching it and diving into, I don't know, forum posts and trying different troubleshooting steps and stuff that I already know about, and just trying to find a solution. I think most of my streaming on my channel is like a troubleshooting session. And then you learn, right? And then you forget what you learned too. I have done that too. That's the one thing too, like as complicated as you make your live stream and you've set it up once, right? I've forgotten how to reset it up sometimes at times, which is kind of interesting. It's like, gosh darn it, how did I do that again? It's because a lot of the times too, when you're live streaming, it's almost like a set it and forget it kind of deal, right? And because the sources are already put in place and the layouts are all set up the way you want it, and you just repeat it every time for live stream. You don't set it all up again every time, right? There's certain things you set up during a live stream, but you don't set everything up. You don't go through every OBS setting and you don't always set up and put in all of the sources every time, right? It's not until you know you have a problem and you need to like reinstall OBS or you buy a new computer that you're going through all of that preliminary setup, which you've probably already forgotten that it happens. And then myself, sometimes I try other studio software too. So which I have done. I've tried probably up to about 4 different studio suites for live streaming, just to see if it's better or it has a feature that I like, etc. And then when you go back to your original studio suite, you're like, oh, how do I do this again? And that's what happens too. I've run into that. It's like, how do I do this again? Most of the studio suites are pretty much the same, but there's just some things that are a little different. So but the funny thing, I will say this much, I always seem to end up going back to OBS. So if anyone's ever asked me, wants to know, well, with all of the studio suites that you've tried, do you stick with them or do you end up going back to one? And the answer to it, I end up going back to OBS, to tell you the truth. So either you get, there's certain features that are in the studio suite that you're testing, but then at the end of the day, you end up going back to OBS. I've done that a few times. But I don't uninstall those studio suites. They still are there. Most of it is that I'm just waiting for them to either add something new or see if they fix that one component that isn't there. But OBS always seems to come out on top. I think they simply because there's so many people that are working on it, it's open source. So most of these other studio suites that are out there that are free are either like an overlay clone, like Streamlabs as an example, which means it uses the foundation of OBS, or they use features that are similar to OBS. But just like with any new studio suite or a new software, a new game or whatever, right? there's always the initial bugs in it. But the one suite that has been out for years, or the software that has been out for years, is always going to have the better fixes in it, right? Like Farming Simulator 22 as an example, right? It's a it is an older game, and it has the most bug fixes in it, so it's the most optimized game, right? Same with older versions of I don't know, Farm Sim. So you're always going to have to look at it that way. I don't think I need to go down this row. Anyways, that's how to look at it. And because it's open source, that means there's so many people working on it, right? That means that if you are a programmer, you or myself are a programmer, we have the ability to enhance it and give feedback. So literally with open source software, that means you've got all sorts of a large collection of people working on it, right? Whether they're making a plugin or they're providing feedback to the OBS team on how they can improve it. But you take Streamlabs or Prism Studios or Meld, they have a great idea or concept, but they have bugs, stuff like that in their variation of Studio, and it becomes a problem. Okay, what are we going to do now? Where am I? Over here, huh? I'm going to make it daytime because this is a bit dark. I'll have to go back to my house and sleep trigger, I think. This is something that I haven't really explored. The temple. Probably should start building it. And it looks like there's like a port area. I don't even know how I get down here. Oh, there's a roadway here. So maybe I should start working on my temple project at some point. Visit. We're gonna just sleep trigger. This is my first house, or my first project, by the way. How do I sleep trigger? Oh, I have to hit R. Go to the morning. I totally forgot that I can build the temple on this map. I think there's a few other things that I can build too. What the heck is that? Oh, there's David. Hello, David. Does it tell you what you need, or do you just... How do you know what you need? Progress. Plank. Plank. And cement bags. Maybe I should start... I do have planks. I have long planks. I can probably try to move some of that there. I need about 6,000 liters of it, right? Enter the vehicle. Do I have a flat deck here? Oh. This guy freaks me out every time. It's like really creepy. What do we got over here? We got, yeah, like paper rolls and stuff. I'm gonna unload that, and I need planks, basically long planks. I'm gonna load this up with long planks, I guess. I think I have long planks. sorta in this storage, I guess. I think. Put this right here. Okay, that worked. What do we got here? We've got planks, long planks. All right. Back here. Oop, ba-doop. I gotta move my microphone a little bit. Okay, is this a long plank? I need about 6 of these, I think. That's a wood beam. Move this over here. I don't even know what takes wood beams. Storage already full. And because this is full, that's why these are out like they are. We'll figure that out in a moment. These are more wood beams. We are going to just drop these down here. I think I got 2 more? 2 more? Is it 2 more? I don't know what that's tipped over. Or maybe I got 3 more wood beams. These are all wood beams. Let's go over here. Yeah, so a little disappointed my computer crashed. All that work for nothing. Oh well, that's the way it is, right? I'll have to figure that out. Right now I'm not really in the mood to troubleshooting. Sometimes I'm interested in troubleshooting stuff on a live stream, but I think that's going to be a little bit more involved. So I usually try to figure out what things I can probably do on a live stream without affecting the live stream, because most people aren't really too interested in seeing you fiddle around with cables and things like that. So some things people are usually, there are some things people are interested in seeing troubleshooting. Usually game troubleshooting. I think people are usually interested in that. Or whatever your channel is about, right? Because then they've got probably the same issue as you. So I don't want to say not troubleshooting on a live stream. Like, troubleshooting on a live stream is completely boring. Not always like that. Like, as an example, Mr. CLP, I think when 25 first came out, there was a lot of people, you know, kind of upset with the game. So he did a live stream showing certain things, right? And trying different things on live stream with people. So that's an example where it's probably, you know, acceptable, right? Because it's relevant information. And then the people watching will see you going through it and see the result. And what that does is it cuts out the amount of time as an individual that you have to go ahead and do those same steps and try to figure it out, right? Oh, I probably brought up too many planks. I think I only need 6. My bad. Oh well. And then you can do like some light troubleshooting, right? Like your microphone's not working or a scene's not showing up. Obviously, you're probably going to troubleshoot that because, you know, no one's seeing you or hearing you, right? So you got to kind of figure that out, right? Isn't that how it works? Like, hear him! I can't hear you! In the chat. And I'm not the only one that runs into these problems, which is good. I think originally I was like so nervous, right? I think too I've made like people's live streaming anxiety goes down, because I think with some streamers they were so focused on making sure everything is perfect and whatnot, but after watching me make so many problems, you can still hear me? Okay, that's good. Can hear you, still here. Okay, good. Some people were, you know, after all of the initial problems that I had streaming, it was like, well, Hiram is doing okay. He's making mistakes, right? It's not so bad, right? Make a little bit of honesty, I guess, when live streaming. Okay, I think there's our... But yeah, nothing is perfect with live streaming. How many do I have on there? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got more than enough on there. I don't need any more. All right, we're going to try to build the temple. I didn't even know the temple was on this map. I don't know how many episodes I'm in, and I'm just figuring out that there's a temple. All right, off we go. I don't know how I'm going to get to the temple. I think I have to go this way. So I was going to do logging, but I honestly need something different to do. So that's why I think I'm going to just try to do this. I want a project, so that's why I'm going down here. I need cement too, by the way. So that means I have to go all the way to the other side. To my cement factory. But yeah, there's a temple on here, and I don't know. I might not have a... I think there's another thing I can construct. No, we'll figure it out. Go. Okay, let's see. Yep, I train up here. That's another project I need to do on this map. Probably do that. But I kind of like breaking up my tasks on here. Like I have had some live streams where I'm just like doing the same thing over and over again. So it's like a massive amount of logging. And then I would just stick to doing that. And then I would just do another live stream with other things. So I would be like very focused on whatever I'm doing, but I don't know, I find that now I'm not so focused. I like a bit more variety of what I'm doing on a map now, or in my gameplay sessions. Not to say that I won't go back to being focused. I guess I kind of like doing different things now because I think it feels like more like work, I guess, if that makes sense. Which isn't very fun, right? Well, unless you like working a lot. That's a different thing. I guess my thought process has changed quite a bit. Oh, darn. I think I went the wrong way. The way I think has changed is what I'm trying to say. Like kind of like doing different things and spreading it out a little bit. Doing a bit of this, doing a bit of that sort of thing. Why that's changed, maybe I would get bored, I guess. I guess that's probably the best way of saying it, I guess. Get bored. Oh, my attention span is shorter, maybe. That's probably it, maybe. I don't know. Okay, so, okay. I've never driven down here. So there's a little bit of a bridge. Across here, and there's traffic. I think this is the only area of the map where there's actually traffic on the map. In case anyone's wondering. And they just drive in a circle. That's it. They just drive in a circle. Like this school bus and these cars. Oh, I feel so bad for these people. Here, let's follow them. I'm pretty sure they just drive in a circle. It's kind of like a time loop, right? You know, or I don't know. Could you imagine just constantly driving in a circle? Let's see here. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna follow these guys. I'm pretty sure I'm right. Like a complete circle. Kiwi, you're probably like, oh, that's perfect. That's where all the AI traffic deserves to be. Stuck in an endless loop in one part of the map. Out of my way. Or wait, no, that's for Rocket. Rocket, probably. That would be perfect for Rocket. Ideal. Okay, so far. Okay, let's see what happens here. I'm pretty sure it's just a circle. I feel sorry for these guys because they're stuck behind the school bus, and I've learned that the school bus is the slowest vehicle on the map, or on a map. The school buses never drive very fast. Okay, so we're going this way. All right, so we've done one lap. I'll just follow these guys all the way around again for at least partially a lap. But yeah, on this map, this is where the only traffic is. The rest of the map, there is no traffic. Whether Dajnet did that intentionally to get revenge on traffic, I don't know. You guys would have to ask him that. Say, hey, on PVRivers, is it true that you just put all the traffic in one area to go in an endless loop? Just to get revenge on them because they were a problem and a nuisance to farming simulator players? He might say, yep, that's the reason. Or he might say, I didn't even think of it that way. But you're welcome. Makes sense to me, right? Yeah, revenge on the AI traffic. Figure. Okay. So as you can see, this is what lap number 2. This is the last lap I'm gonna do. Now I'm gonna figure out how to unload here. I have to go this way. I don't know. Man, there's a lot of benches. There's a fire pit here. I'm not sure where I go to unload all of this. Oh, probably over here. Oh, there. Oh. I'm gonna just drive over these this pot. There we go. Okay. Go out of cab. Not sure if I can put any more in there. There we go. Okay, what else do I need? Oh, it's sold products? Oh. That's weird. I got paid for that. That's interesting. Okay, so I need to bring cement bags here. I got paid. Wow. Okay. I got paid for bringing all of those items there. That's pretty cool. Wonder how he did that. How you get the temple to pay you. Or do you get paid by the temple? I don't know. I wouldn't have thought monks would be able to pay me. Okay, so we're going to need some cement now. So we'll do that. What's next? How's my coffee doing? Oh, I'm out of coffee. That's okay. I think my stream's almost going to be ended pretty soon. I got about 6 minutes left, I guess. I think I have some cement bags over by the bridge, so I will probably grab those. And I've got a bunch that I've made at the cement factory. That's the biggest pro tip that I have for you. Get a cement factory going on this map right away, like ASAP, okay? That should be your first priority, or attempt at priority, depending on your gameplay style. Especially if you want to build the bridges and stuff. Like this bridge here, right? Because it takes a long time for cement to get processed. Or made, unless you've got a mod. There might be some mods that can make cement a lot quicker. I'm not sure. So, but yeah, that's my biggest pro tip for this map. Get cement factory going right away. Okay, there's some cement here. I've got not very much. We've got like about 4? No, 3. Pick that up. I'm going to try to clean up most of this stuff because it's been sitting on the side of the road for quite some time. And hopefully the temple will need some of these other items, like the shingles as an example. I am using like universal auto load on here, on this trailer. But I call it like semi. You know how you talk about like semi-automatic and automatic? Well, this is like semi-automatic auto load for me. So what I do is I just basically, because I do enjoy using the telehandler and everything in cab, so I can just pick up the items and then just drive close, and then once I get the item close to it, it just sort of auto loads on, right? So whereas some people will just, you know, you can go up beside it and you can just let it auto load it by the proximity to the trailer, but I don't know. I enjoy doing some of this stuff, this operation. It's just I'm not really good at making it look nice and neat like this. That's where I have a problem. So I just kind of compromise and I just use this semi-automatic method of loading. Just to get my enjoyment. I wish I was really good at like pristine loading and stuff like that, but I'm just not that skilled. But I point that out because I just so people know that that's an option, right? A lot of the times, usually people are well, full-on auto load, meaning that they just drive up the trailer next to it, hit a button, and then it poof, 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 right? And then there's the other option where you actually do the full manual loading and taking the time to make it look good and doing that. So there is a middle ground. I don't know if auto loading was always like that, like if there was always a middle ground. I don't think so. I think it used to be like either you manually load it or option B, you have to do the trigger button, right? So I think that's how it was originally. I'm not sure when it switched. All right, so I think I have cement over here somewhere. Going to cut this like that. I wonder if I have to unstrap. Let's see. Oh. And I need a telehandler, which is way over here. My yard is a mess, isn't it? Yeah. Alright. It's starting to snow. Or it will snow on the map. We are in the, I don't know, month of December. Okay. I've got bread to sell too. I gotta remember to do that. Let's go over here. Now, let's see here. The real question is because I did the initial strapping, I'm not sure if it'll continue to universal auto load or not. Guess we'll find out, I guess, right? Yep. Well, hopefully I can get most of this stuff cleared out of here. I don't think it's doing it. Yeah, because I think I might have triggered something. Because I think once you strap the stuff in, I think it shuts off the universal auto load. Let's see here. I have to do the shift I guess. A. And then I guess I gotta reload it, I guess. Collection mode. Oh, that's new. Okay, control. Left shift R. Oh. UAL, Universal Auto Load Global Set Control. Left shift A. Automatic tension belts. Mini log level. Oh, this is new. This is all in 25 version, huh? Low refresh. What's this? Low refresh mode. Update less frequently. Enable this setting if you experience lag when using auto load. I guess that's probably a good option to have on, eh? Menu high priority. What's that do? Apply high priority to all universal auto load key bindings in the F1 menu. So that's on. Show debug. Loading speed. Price per log. Oh, price per bale. Price per pallet. Oh, does that log? Oh, that's interesting. I guess you can set a price. I don't think I'm going to do that. I'm just going to leave it at 0. Close that out. Control left shift R. Let's try this now. Okay. I don't think it'll work. Oh, it did. It worked. All right, there we go. On there. I'm not sure how many of these I need. Grab that. Not sure where this goes on. Come on. You have to kind of like find the sweet spot to put them on, I noticed. So, go figure. Da 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 da. Can I get this flipped over somehow? I think that's good. Let's just grab one more. Put that on there. I don't think I need a lot. Or maybe I should grab all of them. I'll put all of the cement bags on. Make it to the temple, and then we'll call it probably a live stream at that point. Because these, I'm going to take them all because there's probably, I think there's another project, like another bridge, that's going to need the cement. So those are going to fall. Yep. Yeah, so it's like a sweet spot or something. Well, I haven't had my computer crash for the last hour or so, so I guess it's something to do with the camera or the tracking software. I'm gonna say it's probably the camera. I'll have to try to get it to the camera to work properly. And then I do have an older Logitech camera, so I might plug that in and see if that works a bit better with the eye tracking software. That's going on there perfectly. Okay, do I have any more that I need to grab? Let's just do a circle around. This. I have... Oh, I do have some over here. I've got a lot of materials over here that I need to pick up and move. I'll have to remember to try to take this stuff out of here as a priority. I'll try to get another bridge project going too, because most of this stuff is now all stacking up pretty much. So, gonna put it to use. Look at that, eh? That's phenomenal. Have to be a bit careful here. Oh, oh darn. Yep. So we'll get this over to the temple and then... Come on. That's a mess. Okay. Put that on there. That's on there. Okay, can I get this last one on there? Let's see. I think it will. I don't know. I'm curious if it... Oh. Put it on like another grid? Will it double stack on the front? Or maybe on the back? Let's see. It goes to the back. Alright. Anything else I need to load? I think I've done all of the ones over here. There might be a few that are in the queue. I'll probably clear those out. There's about 2 in the queue. Yeah. Get that out of there. Oh. Oh, that's a fail. Da 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 da. It looks like, if I'm not sure where the trigger is, going to the front helps, I noticed. For a universal auto load. That's kind of interesting. And I've got some pallets over here. Why don't I make this a little easier for myself and just grab these ones. Can I get all 4? Yep, I can. Okay. That leaves about 3 more to load up for cement. I'm not sure if I'll get them all on there, but I guess we'll find out. Yep. Nope. Sorta. Am I going to get that on there? This in a bit. Can I get that last one on there? I don't think so. I think it's full. This time I think it's full. Yep. Okay. I guess that's it. That's all she wrote. Okay. I'll put this over here. And we'll drive this to the temple. And then we'll probably call it a live stream. We'll find out what we need to put over there next, though, first. And then we'll plan accordingly for next episode, I guess. I'll work on getting the temple done. So, I never built, like, the temple on Uton Pentai. So, I guess I can build it on this map. I'm not sure if there's any other projects. There's probably some other ones probably that I'm not aware of that I can build. There's the roller coaster on this map too, apparently, I think. So like the one from Silver Run Forest or whatever. I can build that apparently, I think. I'm not sure where that is though. I'll have to look into that, I guess. Or maybe I have to put it down or something. I can't remember. But for now, we'll do the temple. And I don't know what else. If the other maps have anything that you can build. Oh, by the way, Kiwi, you were right about those settings. The setting it to like 2% seems to have helped. By the way. I wonder how frequently I'm going to have to check that. Like, is it like every update or something? Like that gets reset? I don't know. That'll be a pain, I guess. Oh. For context, it's basically my steering wheel. So I had to, like, I don't know, on the... Yeah. But do you know if I have to do that, like, more frequently? Do you know? Like, is it, like, every giant software update or something? So that I can just remember? Because I can't remember if you said that I have to check it every so often. And then I'll just remember next time to go in. Hopefully Giants fixes that, because I think it'd be better if they just let us be. Not sure. Sometimes it's just random. Oh, okay. Well, I'll just kind of try to remember to check it if I have a problem or something. So long planks and cement bags. So it's got to process this, I guess, for a while. All right. It doesn't tell me what I'm going to need to do. There's like 0 out of 52. So it looks like this temple thing takes a lot of stuff. Oh. Let's just make sure my engine's turned off. Yep. Oh, Kiwi, are you live streaming tonight? I don't... Let me check if... I'm going to end my stream. Streaming setting. Not tonight? Okay. I don't know if there's anyone else I can send anyone to. I'll see if there is anyone. No, there's a lot of upcoming and premieres, and the only person that is live streaming is someone that doesn't have English in the title. So well, there you go, guys. So I don't have anyone to send you guys to tonight. So but Kiwi will be live streaming at 8 a.m. New Zealand daylight time. So there's always that. And I don't really see anyone that I can send you guys to at the moment. So there is only like one person, but the title looks like it's not English, so I don't think it's going to be a language for everyone to know. So, oh, you're welcome. So thank you everybody for hanging out, and remember to hit the like button, subscribe if you're new, and we will see you guys in the next one. Adios.
Oh my gosh. I just have to say a huge thank you to my amazing October contributor, Kenshin. Seriously, your support means the world to me. I can't even express how grateful I am. I mean, it's just fantastic to have you on board, and I really appreciate everything you've done. You're like a shining star in my October. Let's keep this awesome energy going. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I just have to take a moment to give a huge shout out to my amazing channel moderators. You guys are simply the best. A massive thank you to the Sim Guy, Juan, Jess, James, Argzy Gaming, Michael, Villafana, Legion, Mark Taylor, Farm Sim Freak, Kiwi, Rocket, and of course, Mark Thor. You all rock. Seriously, without your support, this channel wouldn't be the same. I mean, you keep everything running smoothly, and I can't appreciate you enough. Let's keep oh my god. I really hope you all enjoyed today's live stream. It was such a blast, right? I can't wait to see you all next time. And hey, don't forget, if you loved it, please remember to like, subscribe, and share the stream. It really helps us out, and I just want to keep this amazing vibe going. You guys are the best.